Welcome back. Oops. There we go. Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our Siberia Gulag Challenge Republic on the Tundra map, Siberia map. And we're finally exporting wood by train. It's giving us a steady bit of income, but the price of wood has taken a nosedive. But it is more effective than exporting it by truck, that's for sure. Maybe the wood price will recover, we will see. It is now below the starting price, which is not ideal. Gravel price was going up last time we checked, and it is still doing that. Although gravel production with our own prisoners would be quite expensive. I'm wondering if I should move some of the prisoners from the clothing factory into the gravel quarry instead. I think clothing is still more effective, but gravel... We would not pay anything for gravel other than electricity, which I don't think the building even really needs. I have to test that. Like, if they do not need electricity for extraction, then... they shouldn't require electricity when the quarry is running, I think, by only prison labor. But we'll see. Or like your own workers, I guess. We could run a gravel processing plant quite easily with the settlement as well. Don't have any extra workers yet. I mean, the fire station is going to eat up all the extra workers, which is fine, which is what it's supposed to do. And some of them will go to the bus stop. Prisoner should be in walking distance of the houses, which it is, but the sawmill is not. This one will need like a dedicated bus route for that. Or have to be sent to the bus stop. And maybe we can make a footpath connection to it to make that work. Sawmill could increase our profitability. Of course, the maintenance for the additional buildings is... Oh, right, the workers from the sawmill are coming from the prison, not the bus stop. But yeah, profitability would go up. Export would go down a bit. I think this might be a viable way to try and improve our profitability. I will flip the prisons so that the more important prison buses have the better route connection. This way. So delivery vehicles will have to do a weird bit of... I guess this is kinda awkward to set up. I don't think this would make a lot of sense, where trains could prevent the prison buses from moving. But then again... Would be a... Well, we can't get the road over here. Would be a nice bit of road just going from here into this... into the sawmill directly. But it is a sawmill, it doesn't need that many workers. We'll just... Many people will go this way anyway to get to logging camps. There's no logging camp connection on this side, except maybe one directly attached to it to make sure everything stays running. I guess this is hooked up fine, or it was hooked up fine, so guess I'll just place it back. Workers need to be able to go here directly. We'll need 15 workers at most. Hopefully we have those. Let's give them the ability to go up to 10 workers. They will balance themselves down to make sure that they don't use too many. Kindergarten 4 is okay. As long as we have more children in here than staff, we're getting a benefit from it. because we're spending 4 workers, or currently 2 workers, to get 5 workers to be able to go to work because they don't have to do childcare. I don't want to go below 3 on the clinic. Sounds too dangerous. And the rest looks okay, I think. Everything but the police station is hooked up to a waste storage, so let's give the police station one as well. Make sure that waste is not an issue. And we reduce the frequency of the trucks, although they only have to go and bring it here. We do need to set up either a distribution office to handle the waste transportation, or another dedicated truck. I think I might go with a distribution office just so I can reuse the vehicles basically and don't have to buy another one. Or I just let this one go to the small settlement first, then to this one, and then export. Like, don't wait until loaded in Noyakasq, then go here and wait until loaded, because the waste production here is much higher. And then go to the customs house. I think that would work. Let's do that. So we need to add another stop for this waste storage. Don't wait until loaded, and then drop this waste storage behind it, because we have to remove the first one, and this one will be wait until loaded, and this one goes away. So yeah, that should work. I'm okay with this. That would mean this storage would run full first, because it would prioritize the small settlement, the way the route is set up, which is okay. At some point there will be a distribution office or a dedicated route for this one, should this make too much waste. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Occasionally we're making money, but it's still pretty rough. We did decrease the amount of prisoners we create to get our population growth going. Maybe I need to find an intermediate number of how many prisoners I want. Maybe just min-maxing it with the values is not ideal. What if I put everyone in prison for 10 years? Or 9 years? Serious criminals can be in prison for longer. What if I do something like this? Higher sentences, but not fully maxed out. Might give us more workers and maybe not reduce the happiness too much. I'm not sure. We could also try the way of not prosecuting any minor crimes. Maybe I'll try that one. Let's not care about minor crimes. You see that they were kicked out without any sentences right away. They get to walk free. I'm going to try something weird. I'm going to try and set it up so that minor crimes are not prosecuted, to get a base level of crime going. And then we'll try and take care of medium and serious crimes. Steal if you want, but do not fight. Yes. Stealing is okay, but not with a weapon. So we should leave minor crimes be for now, and see if we can get a stable level of medium crimes going. And then those ones we would look up. So they would have to walk a fine line to be and stay criminals. But as soon as they get like booked for a medium crime, they would be done for. Let's max out all of them. Maybe this will work. This will leave like people out and about. doing a crime here, doing a crime there, stealing a little bit of stuff, like spraying something on a wall, but if they were carrying a knife at the same time, then boom, 25 years in prison. We'll see. I mean, that's just an idea that came to my head right now. If that doesn't work, like if we get a weird number of excessively high amounts of major crimes again that our prison system can't handle, then we have to book the minor crimes again first. Also, hello, Visrelix. Welcome. Small settlement here, only fire station and prison running, so 45 workers for the prison. And about 30 for the fire station. Meaning with 200 workers or 200 citizens, we should be able to run it well. And then those workers would be sent over to the prison and the quarry. I want that as close as possible to the facility, I think. And those resources, I think we have to export by train. At least we have to plan it out by train, because truck export from here to the border is going to be quite the distance. Alternatively, we set up a ship and export it by ship. But then we would have to set up a better bridge to let the ship go underneath. And I do like trains a lot, because they're less expensive than ships. We also have to work the processing plant, and also with prisoners. Can't forget that. We get... Let's calculate it. We can calculate this easily. If we go by double, and then 60% what the prisoners are working, we will get 0.6 tons of raw bauxite. .6 times 45 is 27. And then we divide it by 2 again and get 13.5 tons of raw bauxite a day. Which a processing plant would be... It would have too much capacity, basically. But we probably want to set it up with that in mind. I mean, this might become our starting point into getting bauxite running. We might set up the bauxite processing plant here, and then, well, I guess the bauxite processing plant should be probably here. We will need a lot of prisoners to make money in this area, and the bauxite is right in the center of the map, so we have to carry it all the way back, which is going to be cool. Prisoners would work at the same rate at a processing plant as well. Yes, but the processing plant can deal, instead of 13.5, what we're producing, we could deal with 37.5, like let's say 40 tons of bauxite. So it would be over-equipped to deal with the production capacity of one bauxite mine, and I would need two, which would mean more prisoners. But you're right that we probably can say that it's not excessively over-equipped, like 2 bauxite mines probably. 26, 27, and maybe 3 bauxite mines. Yeah, 3 sounds more reasonable. That would be 40. I rescind my statement. We'll relocate the gas station over onto the road. It's gonna be better. And let this one run dry. Hello Sigan, by the way, if I didn't say so already. We're gonna speed up the game and see what happens, I guess. And I guess we could test a setup for the bauxite, similar with the gravel. Gravel, 3.5 tons per worker. So let's say 7 tons divided by... It would be double. 7 tons multiplied by 0.6. I already have the calculator open. .1 tons per day, per worker, times 100. If we get 100 workers for gravel production, which seems awfully... That is a lot, isn't it? 200 tons of gravel, potentially. Yeah. So we don't need a lot of prisoners. We need a fifth of that to run one... Okay, we have to reduce this even more. This is like 20-ish tons, 25 tons-ish. This one would be the better one, because this one has a conveyor input. This one would be about 65-70 tons. So let's say a third, 33 prisoners to run a gravel quarry for full capacity of a gravel processing plant, if my math isn't off. 15 workers here, 33 workers here. A large prison would be able to run us a gravel production. I don't know if we can... I guess we can also run the asphalt and concrete plant with prisoners for our own construction setup. But right now I'm like mainly considering the fact that we might be able to have prisoner produced gravel. But we would need another prison here, and the settlement isn't really... It isn't really set up to get more housing. Unless we set up another heating plant. I would rather set up another settlement. Speaking of which, we still have our research point. I'm going to say that oil is not allowed for export unless we run it through an oil refinery. So we either can extract oil and run it through a refinery, or import oil and export the refined material. But a resource has to be handled by prisoners at some point, and any step that can be done by prisoners has to be done by prisoners if it is a domestic resource. So oil extraction and export itself... I mean, I would have probably changed my tune when the oil price went up. That's probably not a good rule. Let's not do that. Yeah, oil is fine. If oil prices were shot up, then setting up an oil refinery with prisoners would have been a nightmare, so that's a terrible idea. We should be allowed to export oil just to manipulate the price. But right now we don't need to, because the oil price is terrible anyway. I don't need to drive it down any further. It went up a bit, I think. A little bit. Yeah, tiny amount. Not really. No reason to export that. So to run the gravel production we would need another prison, basically. What if I let the conveyor connections come down this way, and I have the loading station next to the customs house, and then it just runs into this train track with a connection both directions, of course, because it also needs to refuel. I would need an aggregate loading station, but we do have small ones available for that, thankfully. They are still quite an investment. Hello UUID, welcome. So something along the lines of a connection on here, turning. A connection here, turning out this way. And then this one would run into the quarry. Hello, Captain Drew. Has the railroad to the other logging setup been cancelled? No, it's not cancelled. This is the sawmill setup. There's no other logging setup yet. This doesn't get a doesn't get a connection. As our refueling point, the wood is being carried over by trucks and then loaded onto the same train. There was no room for me to connect the railway here, so I decided to just carry the wood over. You're welcome. I don't want to export raw stone. Building the gravel extraction here seems silly. It should probably have its own settlement with a rail connection. Can you afford the steel for all those tracks? Yes. I would say we have 1.7 million ruble available right now, due to our loan capacity. Building an industry with a loan that is supposed to produce us money is okay. But this right now, I think this gravel quarry is probably dead. This idea, unless I set this up for domestic production and set this up with like a domestic workforce. But I don't think I can use that for Mikhailopol, because they already have enough work trying to handle the prison until we get like the required amount of population to run the clothing factory at a profit. So this is probably dead. I don't know if I can flatten that back out to not look as silly. But the gravel price is going up to a point where I will have to, I think, set it up before the bauxite mine. Even though it's not as profitable, the gravel price could get quite high. Could put a sightseeing tower on here and let people drive by a microbus to it. I'm not going to do that. But a sightseeing tower somewhere up on a hill with a cableway station would be a nice addition to a republic for a larger settlement at some point. So the idea was to maybe have the gravel production over in this area with a settlement that it would need another large prison settlement basically. And then I guess we could set up our party HQ in that settlement, plan for like a similar population to Makariapol with 5 houses, heating plant and additional facilities. Can set those checkboxes again. Give me a warning in case we run over the capacity of the buildings. Or should we set up the sawmill before? The sawmill is not going to change profitability too much, unfortunately. The train tracks are not set in stone, they can be changed. Yes, Archduke. I'm glad you learned that. So heating plant on the road with residential buildings. I could also build the heating plant here and build upwards. How's our population growth? Still taking a little bit of a dip, but it was winter. Let's see if this holds. Yeah, with excessive like persecution, we just put our towns into like stagnation because they do get very unhappy from it. So the settlement is not doing anything right now, I guess, except making sure nothing burns down. So it's protecting itself, and it's giving us a research point. We could set up the sawmill and the prison, but we don't really have the prisoners right now to warrant another prison. And the prisoners right now would be best spent inside the prison next to the clothing factory. Such low amounts. Do I... Oh yeah, they do get children, but I need tutors in here, otherwise they don't get any more. Looks like they are limited to the amount of tutors inside the orphanage. But they don't need any supplies, it looks like. They will have a horrible upbringing, but yeah, that's fine. So I guess this would be our way to regulate how many prisoners we get. As long as they survive. Every time they get really unhealthy, they I guess would go to the would get picked up by the doctor, and then things continue until they've grown up. Maybe I should at least give them food. Maybe I should not do that so badly. There will be criminals anyway. Oh, they are not turning criminals right now. Yeah, because we're reducing crime. Because there's enough people here to prevent them from turning criminals. So they will just grow up very disloyal but not criminal. Sometimes criminality increases when there's not enough tutors, I guess. Let's open up the floodgates on some unhappy people in our republic by turning this up to 5. This will also make it so that we don't lose our population growth because we will be taking care of our children. But yeah, we will not make them criminals necessarily. I just don't want to spend any resources on them. So this is like a donation-driven orphanage. If people donate to the orphanage, then they get food. If not, then they will have to go and work in the mines. Just send the baby over to the grocer to get some food, it's fine. I think we also have a general increase in criminality. If we get all the children through, I might need a large orphanage. But I don't have the population count for this. Maybe I should relocate the orphanage to Nayarkask. We can still set up more houses here. No, well, almost no needs, like, they seem to be well supplied with that bus route. So, large orphanage would require a lot of workers. 40. That means 120 workers to run it full time. It's always 1 worker to 4 children, even in... And this one is only 1 to 3. So the large orphanage would be more efficient. That could free up the workers in Mikariapol to take care of the prison if they don't have to worry about the orphanage. I think I set up the large orphanage here and plan to expand our worker count here in the future. Is this the right choice? Do they get sick if I place the orphanage right next to the heating plant? Do they care about that? I don't know. Since the prison doesn't care about it, maybe children don't care about it either. I mean, they're very young. Even if their health goes down, they're probably going to survive fine, and then they can move out and go to another building. It will, of course, increase our demand for the emergency transportation if it does have an effect. I don't have anything else to place next to the heating plants. Well, it's that kind of republic, I guess, so... Sure. Two roads right next to each other, can't get a footpath through here. I think. That looks good. Nice. Did sneak a road connection in. Footpath connection in. There we go. Footpath connection through here. And then we can have houses on this side. And probably also a footpath around the back into the bus stop. I don't know how much heating capacity we currently need because I don't have a heat exchanger. I just have the heating plant and it doesn't tell me. But I would assume that we can use about the same amount of housing capacity as on the other settlement. So I need 120 workers for this, so I need 3 houses, which will give me 150. So we'll plan for 3 extra houses. I don't like that. Don't kill the terrain, please. Thank you. That one's pretty close to the heating plant already. But yeah, during summer they would be okay. And we still plan on getting the pollution reduction going at some point anyway. We might be at the size now where it makes sense to have a school. Which only requires like less than 20 workers, which is fine. But that means we don't have to carry pupils around anymore, and they can just go to school here. We'll expand the settlement to take care of the replacement orphanage and keep all of our children here. Children's playground right next to the heating plant. What could go wrong? Let's build it here. It doesn't need electricity or anything. It just needs maintenance. How long can that reach? 100 meters? Sure. I'll build this one first, I guess, and then if this doesn't reach the orphanage, which it won't because it doesn't reach the middle, then we will have to set up another one next to the orphanage itself. We will demolish this after we get the new orphanage started. It's also going to be donation based. No supplies for childcare. Two-year-old, 66% criminal. Perfect. This feels so dystopian. This feels so dystopian. It's kind of perfect what we're trying to do. barely livable. And then I guess, yeah, the university students still can go over. I'll probably leave the party HQ for another settlement. Yes, they learn quick. He's probably cranky because he doesn't get any alcohol like the previous children. Such a weird path. But it works. It's fine. And hopefully no one will ask us to at some point electrify our train track to put 160 km/h trains on it, because that would look really silly. Hello Norriker. How's the challenge going? It's going alright. We're not making any money right now, so I'm going to try and get more orphans. Because our crime and justice system is very efficient, except with the health and safety of the children of the criminals. Currently I'm not sentencing people with minor crimes at all. I've put it to 0. So as soon as a minor crime has been investigated, it just goes through the system and no one cares about it. My hope is that I will build up a base level of crime, so I get more criminals in the medium and in the medium crime category, to get more prisoners that way. And then if I really need workers, I might be able to just set the minor crimes to some level. Starving. Is that the orphanage? Orphanage does not have a satiation level. I don't know. Okay, there's one at 35 health, 3 years old. Maybe not giving them food does have an effect. Satiation is going down, yeah. So it didn't seem like that was the case last time. 82. It goes down really slowly, but I guess we'll just give them some food and nothing else. No meat. Definitely no clothes. We'll do that with the new orphanage, not right now. We have time. Do I want to save the research point, or do I want anything from our current buffet of research? I did say that the oil map mode might be useful in case the oil price suddenly decides to go up. But I'm not sure if that becomes an issue suddenly, or if I kind of want to get the pollution filters actually. I think we're going to spend 1 research point to go down the pollution filter route this way. It's going to be a long process to get them installed, but it should make our heating plants way less polluting, and then we don't have to worry about making our settlements as compact as we are right now. I will spend it on pollution filters. I've decided. Ideally, we might want to try to go towards a radio station, but we'll try without. Pollution filters, here we are. Oil or garbage is money key. Oil is not money for us, because the oil price is terrible. And garbage imports would make us money, but I've declared that I don't want to import waste and incinerate it with prison labor, because then I'm just replaying our previous run, basically. I want to see if it is possible to do the Republic without importing waste, I guess. I only decided that in the middle of it. Otherwise we would be able to set up an incinerator and probably have like a constant amount of money coming in. Construction offices onto the assignment tool. Which ones do we have left? Open hull trucks. We'll get 2 assigned here. We already should have... No, there's only 1. Okay, then we go here. And then we have this construction office left. And this one. You're going to make your way here. We'll say that machinery can only be delivered by truck. And yeah, you can do your road construction thing. Although I will relocate you closer to the construction area, because then the bulldozers don't have to be carried as far. It's a little bit more inconvenient for the gravel, but that's fine. Only footpaths. All of you go here. Gravel from the border. And we're fine. And then the bus for workers, I guess, will drop in here. There's no way, there should be one here already. Yes, yeah, there is. This one will make its way to the other construction office here. So I think that's the last of the 3 construction offices that we used. So now we only have 1 that we can relocate whenever we are doing excessive amounts of footpath constructions or upgrades. And that is quite nice to have. Is the delivery by truck in both ways? Yes, if the construction site doesn't finish the construction, it gets delivered back. I think if it's like on a footpath, it also gets teleported back. Like, if it's in a building construction, the vehicles have to go back and pick up the excavator to carry it away. But I think if a footpath construction completes, the last mechanism just gets teleported back on the last construction phase. If it's an asphalt footpath or road, the bulldozer would get picked up because the asphalt laying would have to happen after. If I remember correctly. We'll see it right now. Guess we won't see it right now. Oh, there we go. So the bulldozer should, I think, get teleported back when it's done. And then, yeah, it's back inside the building. It wasn't blocking traffic, it was off to the side, it's fine. Everything is fine. The two construction offices can maintain each other, so they will make sure that the repairs are done to each building as necessary. We have an open hull. We don't have a covered hull here yet. We only have one of those so far. A cheap IFI is going to be fine. We don't need a lot of covered hull capacity. Open hull, covered hull, dumper, mixer. Deals with all the resources basically. Bus for workers, excavator and road crane makes the construction palatable. And that is everything. We could add another concrete mixer, for example, but yeah, it's not really necessary. Could also add a large open hull truck to make sure that the excavator can be carried, which I think I'll do. The W50, I don't think it can carry them. So I'll put this vehicle here and buy another W50 for the distribution office because they're cheap. The MZ504 previously was just better than a W50, but they seem to have lowered the price of this by a little bit. This one still has, I think, the best speed and the best carrying capacity as an upgrade, direct upgrade for the Skoda. Same carry capacity, but the other one is just faster. But it is also, yeah, it is still cheaper than, so this basically replaces the old vehicle. All these ones, less carrying capacity, but more fuel, better fuel economy, I guess. We'll go for the W50 this time, it's fine. Excavator may only be carried by mechanism, thank you. Oh, the excavator mechanism may only be carried by truck. Because it consumes a lot of fuel just driving around and also increases its own wear, which I don't like. We'll up the range of the repair station to also cover the clinic. And then we would need another repair station on the next settlement. So 300, 600, 750. 100, 200, 300, 350, which is good, because we only have one police station right now. If I wanted to have more, I would have to prove this settlement, make it foolproof by adding another police station in case there's a crime wave. West border is not in range of you for better trucks? No. West range connection is up here, or over on this side, or on top. So we would have to build across the water, around or over or through the mountain, over another bit of water or over this land bridge, and then into the customs house. It isn't very far, it's just very rough terrain. Bridge building would be okay, but yeah. I might go to the west. I might set up a route to the west just to convert the US dollars into rubles at some point. I'm probably not going to use Western vehicles. Because we're not planning on asphalt roads, I don't think. Prisoners can't work in an orphanage, can they? Can we make an infinite loop? No, they can't. Maybe that's what all of our extra workers will have to do. They have to work in an orphanage. What is building maintenance set to? 20%. Yeah, that makes sense. Should be the same over here. 20%, yeah. I want to see if it is viable to repair buildings and vehicles early and often to reduce the reconstruction time and just like maybe keep people happier that way. Gravel road speed is 60 kilometers, yes. I think I'll give them... I give them food and clothing from our own production and meat. Yeah, I give them supplies, I think. That does cost us though. Money. Well, the interest is still fine. It's really low actually. I thought the default was 4.2%. Maybe I'm misremembering. So the export truck, after bringing stuff to the small store, will bring some clothing to the orphanage, and then the distribution office will bring food and meat, I guess. They shouldn't use that much clothing, I don't think. But it will cut a little bit into our profits. But also hopefully make more profits. Is that for later vehicles not too slow? We will find out. I will probably go for cheaper vehicles that drive slower. That's my idea. I don't plan on using high-speed vehicles everywhere right now, but right now I don't feel like upgrading. Okay, that sets up that one. You're told, well, you should be not importing clothing, I guess. I mean, you can import whatever you want other than clothing. I guess no explosives. No crops. The rest is no livestock. The rest is fine. Alright, children. Gather up. We are moving. You're living here now. Congratulations. How much heating does that orphanage need? 3 cubic meters only. If we're fine with heating during winter, I might set up another housing block here, because I really want to make sure that we can run the prison at full amount of wardens, because I do want to have a full amount of prisoners here. Sending workers onto the demolition site, and they're tearing this building up like no tomorrow. The excavator isn't even going to get here in time to do any work. Do we have an excavator in the other construction office? Yes, okay. Okay, so you will have resources. I'll add a little bit extra food here. We don't need that much clothing. Yeah, we don't need that much clothing. 2.5 tons is fine, I think. And once the clothing factory has produced enough, there will be a delivery of homemade clothing for our children. How heartwarming. Because clothing keeps you warm during winter, so putting on the clothing is actually heartwarming. Literally. There's the delivery. 3.3 tons, so gonna lose 2.5 tons for the children. Let's reduce that. We don't have that many children in here right now, so we can up that number as time goes on. Okay, what do we do? Normal upbringing, I guess, just reduced loyalty. Sounds okay. Right now I'm mostly interested in the population growth bonus. I think I will set these to not be resupplied anymore, and as soon as they run out we would use the new storages, and for existing areas we would use the customs house, I guess, for like building maintenance. So sites that have a dedicated construction office would, I think, be assigned to the customs house once they run out. Building or transport, the speed is not important. Person transport time can be a problem. Even for resource transports, this can be important because fuel consumption. If they get to full speed, I think the fuel consumption is pretty similar on higher roads. So I think the faster you move, the less fuel you basically consume, which is a little bit counterintuitive. I did not verify that claim yet. It just felt to me that whenever I had faster roads, they would consume about the same amount of fuel. Air resistance should be a lot more of a factor though, so I'm not sure. Maybe I need to do the actual math and test that at some point. School right next to them, but no university, so they will not go. People inside the orphanage cannot go to university because we don't pick them up here. And as far as I know, they don't go to a bus stop, I think. Okay. You are at university. I guess we might refute that claim. Maybe they do go to university. Let's see. Oh yeah, it looks like they do go to the bus stop from the orphanage. That's fine, I guess. I might spend some money to get third world migrants. Accelerate the growth of the settlement a little bit. We have a school now, we have a clinic. It is possible, I think. 46 people need to go to school, a bunch of them need to go and get health care. Hello, are you making any profit now? Rude, you don't ask a streamer that, no. Well, I've been building a lot last month, so not yet. And the future months will not be a very good showcase if I will make money, because I will stop importing our construction materials until the storages are empty. So at that point I will save a little bit of money. We still haven't perfected the pipeline to the prisons. Currently I'm trying a new method. Minor crimes go unpunished, but medium and serious crimes are punished to the extreme. My hope is that we might see more prisoners that way. Why are there no professors in here? Do we have such a low amount of highly educated people right now? Do they prefer working inside the police station or something? More professors, please. Okay, if they get delivered here, if they get brought here by bus, they have a very long school time. Sheesh. Like, this is the normal time, I think. And this is like if they get brought here by bus. Difference is noticeable, I would say. That kind of means that we are going to prioritize university students inside other settlements, because they are probably going to claim all those student spaces. Ah, man. Well, let's just, I don't know, lower research speed a little bit and... Yeah, pollution research is not as important, but we have decided on that path. We should try and get as many students through the auditorium as possible. So let's not try and pick out the ones that have a higher chance at finishing their education. Let's just go for it. Unable to get clothing because, well, the bus for that is arriving right now. But even then, the store that has the clothing might be a little bit overworked. With 30 people showing up at the same time trying to get clothing. Increase workers in university. if we have the highly educated workers to do that. I'm happy with like these being almost even. That is a good amount. Alright. Yeah, we still have highly educated workers inside the prison. They can be professors for now. Have to be very careful with the police stations because I cut the police force down in half because we didn't have enough highly educated people. Right now it still seems okay, but we will have to up that number if they run into problems. But right now making more a larger higher educated workforce is more important, I think. We will get more migrants here as soon as these have gotten as soon as all of these have gotten an education, we will get more migrants. Hello, Rubber Duck. Welcome. It's going okay. Still not making much money, but we're still messing around with the prison system. I'm relocating my orphanage into a large orphanage, and I'm giving them stuff again, because I'm mostly worried about population growth right now. But sometimes we don't have enough workers in the orphanage, and they still become criminal, I guess. 4 years old, 64% criminal, 100% alcohol addiction. It's perfect. Chat is so mean sometimes. Don't you agree? We're running some wood exports, which are okay. Wood price has crashed basically, but oh, it's going back up. Okay. It's going up a little bit. It's at starting price level. I'm not sure what to do with gravel though. Gravel price is like going crazy again. I will have to make my own gravel for construction, and then I think I have to figure out a way to maybe export some. So I think I will set up a small gravel quarry with an excavator here and bring it down into a small gravel processing plant. We can make our own gravel. And the price seems to warrant that. We won't be able to export it from this, but that's okay. A small gravel quarry in the area we prepared is going to be okay. If we make a prison-based system, we'll do that somewhere else. .3 tons of pollution, but it's not going to run all the time. It needs water and sewage. Could be truck-based delivery, I guess, but I think I'll like set something up down here next to the rail construction office, because we could also then bring the gravel into the rail construction office itself. So we don't need truck deliveries for that anymore. The gravel connection for rail construction office will be on our new rail construction office, not this one, I don't think. I would just like to have my own gravel production so I don't have to use the expensive gravel at the border if the price keeps going up, I think. But setting up a gravel processing plant right now, those things are... it's only 12 tons of steel. I mean, it's not just that, I would also... If I would set it up right, it would also need a gravel loading station, the asphalt and the concrete plant. How much did we import gravel last year? Nothing. Oh no, there it is. 4,000. Which is a tenth of our fabric imports, which is quite high. 2,000 this year, which is more than a tenth of our fabric. It might be the right decision. I think gravel is going to become relevant before bauxite will even be reached. And I guess we can load the gravel directly from the building too, it's just going to be a little bit slower. We'll build it here, set up the road connection again down the hill. And then have the gravel processing plant hooked up on this side. If I set up a large one, I could use it for export, and then I could alternate between like domestic production and for prisoner production if I make sure that all the gravel has been picked up before. Do I want to... No, I can't. Then I would need to set up one with a factory connection. I don't think. No, I think we're just going to set it up for domestic production. Electricity, water, sewage. This one only needs electricity. We'll load gravel directly in the building. And hopefully, if we need it, we have room for a concrete plant and an asphalt plant. Although the range for that is way too low here. We'll just produce gravel, it's fine. Joy alert. Thank you for the follow, Jake. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, but welcome to the stream. Much appreciated. Let me know the pronunciation that I should use, if it's important. How many more free gas stations do we have? We have 5. We need one here, I think. Because of the dump truck driving around. But I think the gravel processing plant will be full at some point. How many parking spaces does it have? It has 2, so the truck can stay waiting until unloaded, and then we still have 1 parking space for vehicles to enter. It says that over the aggregate storage import, 10 tons of quarried stone near the bottom, stations for vehicle loading, unloading. It's an important statistic for a building if we're using direct transportation routes. Okay, people are starting to get a school education, very nice. I'll up the number of workers here to 5. But yeah, I won't get more migrants right now. These ones are still settling in. Healthcare is looking good. Satiation. We need more workers in general. Extra workers will go to the fire station and the orphanage, basically, in this case. And we also still need the prison to be run, so can't forget about that. But this will only need 15 workers per shift. I mean, technically we could have a prison bus run all the way to the sawmill and drop like 5 prisoners or something in it, and then they would cut down a lot of wood into boards. This prison is still open if I will set it up. It depends on how the whole settlement goes along now that I have set up a second prison which needs 40 instead of 15 workers per shift. There are going to be a lot of criminals growing up here, that's for sure. Whenever the orphans grow out of the orphanage, when they grow up, they most likely will commit a serious crime because of how criminal they are. So having a lot of like children coming from the orphanage is going to test our crime and justice system excessively. The term political prisoner implies these people deserve political power. Aren't we locking them away to not give them political power? I'm confused. I don't think we have political prisoners yet. They're being re-educated? No, they can walk to the school if they want to. We're not forcing them. It's just a complicated university, that's true. They walk to the bus stop and then a bus picks them up to go to university. It's their choice. I need a secret police so I can limit the people that provide education to others and try and bring up the loyalty that way. Low government loyalty is an issue. Oh, bricks are almost out. Well, that's good. Then we can switch our construction offices to the customs house instead. This one should be on the customs house pretty soon, right now. Components will pick up from within the Republic, and we'll probably build a small storage to store all of these resources in some quantity inside the Republic. Just so we can reduce the traffic at the customs house. should prioritize based on education. It is making this way more efficient. Not for the general throughput, but we're getting fewer highly educated workers. We get a guaranteed number of highly educated workers because those with the highest amount of education level already will be prioritized in the existing system. And from my experience, people with a higher education require more electronics, so getting fewer highly educated people or limiting the amount will ensure that we don't have to spend as much money on giving them electronics. I am probably going to prevent the import of electronics once we get a secret police. I think building a radio station and running with the electronics would probably be smarter, but I don't know. I kind of feel the opposite this time. I might still change that opinion. We might still try it the other way. Alright, let's get the migrants here. As long as the clinic wasn't overloaded, I'm fine with more migrants, I guess. There's going to be a lot of extra people that won't be working right now. 32 plus 43 unemployed people. 75 that need to go through the school education system. I could do the same here, but schools are usually have that much throughput that I don't think I worry about that too much. Because even if they grow over the age of 21, they will still try and get a school education, so... In case of the school, I like the idea of having more throughput than prioritizing for getting people faster out of school. Okay. Two prisoner escapes. I don't want to build the party HQ in this settlement, it's not intended to have it. Would require a lot of extra workers for that. This is going to be a lot of extra criminals again. To the point where, well, they don't get too much criminality. They're trying to keep enough workers in here right now to take care of the children. But we have a lot of extra room to make sure that children are taken care of. So our population growth of the Republic should be much higher now. And hopefully keep up that pace. So we can see that we had two migration waves here and this one, but the pace of population growth has been going up. Could be a combination of like running the orphanage again, could be from reducing the sentences for minor crimes to 0, so people committing minor crimes do not have to serve a prison sentence. I don't know. All I know is that we don't have enough workers right now. This quarry will be run by an excavator, meaning that anything from this quarry or the processing plant can only be used for domestic consumption. We'll send like one worker here every now and then and fill it up with gravel, and then gravel can be loaded directly from the facility. Is the criminal stat a dice roll if they commit crime or not? I don't know. As far as I noticed is as soon as people got released with 100% criminality, they committed a serious crime. But I don't know how the crime system works with regards to criminality. Maybe it is a dice roll every time they enter free time if they commit a crime or not, I don't know. If they had 100% criminality, maybe they commit a crime every time they enter free time. Could explain it. I'll probably reuse the excavator from the demolition office. Demolition with workers didn't seem too slow. And we'll reuse our large dump truck. It's not going to fill gravel in here anymore. It will pick up gravel from this. You will only load coal. And you'll pick up gravel from here. We'll get this one emptied out, because our gravel processing plant will take over that task to provide gravel to the Republic. And then I guess mainly it will just deliver gravel to the rare construction office. Yeah. That could be it. I have no idea. I don't know how it works, so I don't know where it works like that. I cannot answer that, because I don't know. Let me close my calculator in the background. I don't need to leave it open. Alright. I like these snowplows. I think for the slow roads they're perfect. 21 speed is about what vehicles do on a road that is covered in snow anyway. These ones are not fully covered in snow, so they are a little bit faster. But these ones do 24. We'll have to bring fuel up here. I could run into the situation where... yeah, the vehicle should not wait until loaded in this building, only here. Otherwise I run into the situation where it could wait until loaded and block the vehicle repairs for the excavator from going in. I don't want to have that happen. Out of trees again. I like the trick that we can make it so that prison buses only drive when they do have a prisoner. That way they don't move if there's no prisoner. Ready for work. Fuel delivery. It has electricity, it will make gravel. And then we use our distribution office vehicle. And put a different one in here as a replacement. This one is a really good vehicle, but it is very expensive. I think the ZIL 130 might be a good choice, but its main benefit is the speed. But it is very cheap anyway. They have powerful engines. Maybe I just go for the MZ503. Slightly more capacity, drives 60 kilometers an hour. So it can deal with the gravel road well enough. Sure. We'll get 2 of these as replacement. You will load quarried stone here, not wait until loaded. To prevent traffic issues. And then wait until unloaded in this facility. Once it's done. We'll probably send a worker bus here, a microbus with workers. Or a personal car. I really don't need many workers in that facility, I don't think, because it will work most of the time and we will pick up some gravel every now and then. Once the storage of gravel is empty, also the distribution office will pick up from the storage to bring it to the rail construction office. Yeah, 5 workers. That's like personal car levels of worker amount. Well, for now, I guess we'll set up the route. We won't start it yet because we don't have quartz. Oh no, we can have quartz stone, that's fine. Because we have an excavator running it. It's only for domestic consumption. Personal car by value 670 versus bus by value 1300. I'm gonna go with personal car. Wait a minute. The prisoner doesn't show up. Let's try it anyway. Can we load prisoners inside personal cars? Because personal cars we can send through a bus end station. I wonder if that works. I don't think police cars work. I don't think this will work. Maybe it'll load workers from the prison. Let's see what happens. Yeah, the fuel consumption seems identical through rough terrain. They load nothing. But the prison buses can load, so they can't load prisoners, that's fine. We will load at least one worker. And then go and bring them to the gravel processing plant. Our construction offices, I guess, can pick up gravel from this storage as well for now, until it's empty, and then we'll switch them over to the gravel processing plant. That way the distribution office doesn't have to carry those things around too much. And we can empty it out first. So we have our own source of gravel for domestic consumption now. Won't have to import any gravel anymore. And concrete and asphalt we'll worry about once we can set this up with like prison labor, or like in a different area, with a new settlement. That was quite expensive to set up. Well, yeah, we'll have like 145 tons of gravel in storage, and that is fine. I might reduce the amount of workers here. If you have extra workers, you can bring them back to the bus stop and unload and send them anywhere, I guess. So unload whoever you have loaded when you return, so they don't count as unemployed. Oh, kindergarten is over capacity. Yeah, we have already 12 children, so any more children will be a benefit, so we'll just max it out, I guess. That is fine. There should be a lot of unemployment here due to childcare. 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll get 10 extra workers right now. And no unemployment due to childcare in this area. Because people are more happy, so they actually do some work again inside the kindergarten, unlike previously. Yeah, I'll keep the university with this checkbox just to get fewer highly educated people on purpose. You're setting up a 440-meter plastic train. Never thought you'd see the day. Yeah. It's good, isn't it? That feeling of requiring a very long train. I mean, the option would be many trains that run at high frequency. But long trains are so much fun. And I still believe they are more efficient. You just have constantly running short trains that look very efficient, but a long train that is parked and brings a lot of resources at once doesn't have to go in and out of a customs house as frequently as one long train, as many short trains. So many short trains have spent a lot more time entering and exiting a customs house than one long train. I think so. Project 7 disagrees. Maybe we have to do a math off. But other factors include the train accelerating and decelerating, like the acceleration time is way longer. So they take a lot more time to get up to speed, for example. So that is also a factor that would have to be calculated. And of course your whole network needs to be set up for them. Yeah, if we get more children, the chance of them committing crime is higher in general, but we're not turning them into criminals if we can help it, because that was too much crime. We can think about that once we have a really good city with high loyalty that we can shield with many police stations and a good court system, but our starting settlement was not able to handle the influx. It was too much. It's minus 30 degrees. Can we get another residential building set up? It seems to show that kinda, yeah. We are already at 116 cubic meters, but I think another residential building would be possible. Up the amount of workers inside the prison, make sure that we have 50 extra workers per shift. But yeah, let's people move into and fill up existing houses first, I guess. Oh yeah, and the gallery of the art, to give them an attraction building to make them even happier. That was also in the agenda, but that one's going to be an expensive building. This one first, see if we have enough heating after it. This should give them an attraction building in addition to the indoor pool that they can visit during winter. We'll allow more workers in here because I think maybe we're bottlenecked a little bit, especially when the buses come with visitors from the other settlement. We will not have to import any steel for it, because we still have steel in the storage. But of course we're still using the materials for that. I would have to do a test and see if an orphanage in open area is not affected by pollution versus an orphanage next to a pollution building. I do not know if these children are having a decrease in their health because of the pollution, or if it's just normal that they have varying levels of health. You live with a parent. I don't remember ever having seen an orphan in here, but I haven't really looked for it either. Okay, all of these except one have gotten their education. 23 people missing here. We could get more migrants, but I think I'll just let the last house like slowly grow its population on its own. Because we don't need more tutors in the orphanage right now. I'm going to decrease the amount of workers inside the school by 1 again. Minus 43. Heat water tanks are holding. Let's up the research to 3 professors. Minor crimes are still being investigated, but they are not being prosecuted right now. So I think the base level of crime is going up in our republic. There is no overlay for criminality though. So many minor crimes not being investigated, those could all be extra workers inside the prison, I guess. Okay, let's prosecute minor crimes again, because with the new orphanage, I think it's probably going to be a good idea to try and reduce crime again. Just so we don't have like crime growing out of control. Making sure it's safe. Hello Ozen. Doing okay. Still pretty warm, but it's cooling down a bit. Doing well. How are you? I'm probably going to be streaming either Victoria 3 later today or some more Plutocracy. I've been playing a bunch more Plutocracy and actually understanding the game a bit better now, but only for like the early game. Haven't moved into the mid game yet, whatever the mid game would be. I'm still fumbling around trying to earn money. But I'm having fun. I mean, I guess I could also put a gravel storage here and move it from the building into the gravel storage. But then again, it doesn't really change the loading speed, so there's no benefit for us. Yep, small truck. Been out running and then in the sunbed all day, beautiful weather, so now it's time for gaming. Yes. If it's raining outside gaming. If it's too hot and warm and sunny outside gaming. It's always time for gaming. The price for wood seems to be going up again. Here's hoping. Quarried stone. A prisoner-fed quarry for export and a prisoner-fed processing plant. It seems like that has to happen before, as I said, before the bauxite. Shame that the bauxite was relatively far away, but what can you do? Man, aluminium-based production with prisoners would be crazy. They would need so many prisons and workers. Even in my mega city, I had like maybe 300 prisoners. But I had really low sentences. You don't need much. What are you talking about? 350, 370. But if I don't run the buildings at maximum, then I'm losing money because I have the building that needs maintenance. Can produce plenty with just 100. Even 100 is a lot. I can't even run a clothing factory yet. Unemployment also creates crime, right? crime from unemployment might be good, because then we always have enough workers to run every facility, every service facility, and then extra workers would be unemployed and might be tempted to commit crime. Close was a mistake. Hey, we're not spending money on importing clothing. We're already saving money. Close was not a mistake, we just don't have enough prisoners yet. Maybe the new realism mode campaign will have a goal like you have to export trains and aircraft, but they all have to be produced only by prisoners. And you have to export X amount of aircraft per year to win. You can see the missions now? Okay. Cool. Who's importing steel? Probably the other construction office, which I told to go to the customs house already. Revert the decision. Pick up resources from here again, please. Thank you. Where are you picking up gravel from? The storage. Good. The drafts and scripts are all in the game files. Okay, everyone has them. Yeah. They're not trying to keep things a secret as much as AAA games, where a leak like that would be like, oh my god, so such big news. They leaked the DLC files, but it's not going to be DLC. It's, I think, it was planned to on release, but they had to delay it. I don't remember if it was a news post in any of the community updates. So I think the goal for us is going to be bring up happiness, but prevent electronic imports, because electronics are just going to go up and up and up in price. I mean, what if I'm thinking of turning the reduction of criminality around to increase criminality, but then it's just going to get crazy. There's even an extra sheet with the missions outlined. Alright, I will look into that right now, live on stream. You heard it here, not first, I guarantee you. And if you are, then it wasn't that important anyway. Soviet Republic. Wait, Media Soviet, yeah. Scenarios. Campaign 3. There's a clothes export thing. Okay. The Excel file, okay. I don't have Excel. Design. Oh, there it is. New chairman, justice and prisoners. Oh cool, justice and prisoners. Waste management, export awaken, technicus. Let me bring that on screen, I guess. Where is it? That one? That one. No, not that one. Yeah, I don't have Excel, so I can't open it. I'm looking at the end. I'm looking at the design PNG. I can use Google Docs right now. Do. Uploading. 12 kilobyte. It's probably doable. Alright. Oh god, that's so much stuff. Okay. There we go. And on screen. So these are all the missions. Helicopter construction, cableway for bauxite, airplane production, railway production, dry dock, strongest Soviet Union ally. 20 helicopters, 10 locomotives, 5 ships, and 10 million rubles. There's also rewards down here. Getting blueprints. Waste management, waste recycling, meat industry, fuel distribution, justice, technical service, plastics, and trams. I don't see trolley buses. But yeah, interesting stuff. I didn't even have the Republic pause. Think people could have gotten hurt or died here. Thankfully nothing bad happened. Oh, that's a lot of visitors. Never mind. Hopefully this will bring up happiness. It should. Okay, we'll treat minor crimes again with a sentence. Try to bring up the worker numbers, but not give the not too high sentences. We'll slowly move towards it again. I do have to reduce crime, I think, in preparation for these orphans growing up, which are not going to be too happy with their upbringing. But at least they're not 100% criminals, since we're not boosting criminality. Imagine if we could export this stuff. The only question is if we could run this with prisoners. Should I scrap all the gravel and try it with prisoners? Let's give it a go. Let's try it once. We gotta get rid of all of these materials which have been produced with our own domestic workers, which is unacceptable. We gotta get rid of this little bit of quarried stone, and now we can try and use prisoners for it. I still think I have a prison bus somewhere. There we go. Okay, let's see how well this produces gravel. The truck is always going to be moving because we can't keep the loading unloading station occupied with waiting for load. Would be nice if the worker deliveries would go onto the other loading spot, but not possible. So we'll be bringing 1 to 6 workers here every now and then. It accepts 40. And currently no workers for the gravel processing plant yet. We do have to shut down the delivery of workers to this. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Why do you have the prison twice in the bus route? Because they will wait until they have prisoners actually loaded. They basically go into the prison, and if there's no prisoner, they switch between the 2 loading commands until there's actually a prisoner available. Which is maybe a little bit hard to test right now. But they will never leave the prison without a prisoner. So you can see they go back and forth until they actually have one. This one goes back and forth until a prisoner shows up. Which means the prison buses do not leave without a prisoner. It's probably not intentional, but it works. I also use that for the bus stop. So my buses here that really need to have workers before long travel times, or in this case the personal car. I don't need a personal car to go empty to the gravel processing plant. And since I always expect to have workers on the bus stop, they just wait until they loaded some. First prisoners. Okay, this is what we could export now. There's no more gravel or quarried stone here. All of this now could be exported. It's very low and it doesn't produce fast enough for the vehicle to stay there. So it's going to be a very low quantity of gravel. Terribly, terribly low quantity. I need another prison bus, I think. This one is cheaper, but we already went with the Polish one. Yeah, the prisoners don't produce gravel fast enough, where the truck waits until loaded. So we need like a base level of production here for this to work better. But for now it's, I guess, okay. Maybe if the prison bus arrives with like a full load of workers it would be okay. But we don't have that amount of prisoners yet. I'm running a lot of extra prison buses here because the work shift ticks down for prisoners that are inside the prison and not on a work site already. So this one already has 1 hour 40 minutes spent of the work shift. That's why I have a lot of prison buses running here to try and reduce that time as much as possible. But during winter it's a little bit slow. Hello, Handgranaten Hans. Welcome to the stream and thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. So right now this truck is overkill if we're only carrying 0.5 tons of quarried stone. Oh my god. Oh my god, I might have the solution. This is finally a time for the W50 dump truck to show up. We found a reason for it. Total capacity W50, let's go. 3 tons for now. Still not wait until loaded, but at least it's fine. First research done. Continuing through the path of pollution reduction, where only the last research presumably has an effect because of the green checkmark. I thought this one also had an effect because it said it would reduce it by 15%, but I don't think it does. And they corrected the descriptions, which can later be installed to reduce pollution by 15%. And now this actually reduces pollution. So they cleared up the description of these, which is nice. Cool. Where's the W50? It's moving. There it is. Still doesn't wait to load more. Production is just too slow. Unfortunate, but that's okay. At least we're not wasting too much capacity. We will have to upgrade this vehicle with a different one at some point. This is so silly. But we can export that gravel now, if we want to. Definitely not intending to do that just yet. And I might switch back to domestic production to not have to import gravel anymore. Okay, we will turn this down to 1 worker. And the prison bus that delivers prisoners to the processing plant will then after that go to the quarry to drop off the rest of the workers. I don't need 3 workers inside the processing plant, I need more people in the quarry right now. Oh, I have another test I want to do. Can I pick up the workers from this again? I don't think so. Once they're inside the building, I don't think they can be picked up again. We'll try it. We'll load workers from here. Don't think we're gonna make it. Too much snow on the road. But I don't think we're gonna drop off the worker and then load it again. And even if we are, the work shift time is still gonna be the same, I think. Oh, come on. So the workers are gone. Could maybe set up a dedicated technical service for snowplows, but I'm not too fussed about like slow transportation routes right now. Yeah, doesn't load any prisoners. Okay. Just a test. Could do the same for the logging camps. Instead of sending them to the clothing factory, send the extra ones to the quarry. I might do that. At least for this one, because it's already quite close. These ones... It would be a detour, a much longer detour. I don't know. Still think clothing is better, but I don't know. Quarried stone is quite quick and easy to make. Three workers is not enough to run the production fast enough for the vehicle to wait, unfortunately. So we need more. That's a shame. Oh god, that's such a terrible thing to do right now. How much clothing do we need to produce to get the same value in gravel? So, let's say 12 rubles. We need to have less than 100th. So 0.01 basically. Which doesn't even... 0.01, less than that. So the clothing factory is working more efficiently, I think. Well, right now I guess it's the problem of like the truck not waiting until loaded. With the other quarry we could have had a aggregate loading station and set it to wait until loaded. Then we could have even used the large truck. This is very inefficient for prison labor. Oh, tunnel boring machine. I did say that I was going to buy it right away, but we don't have the money for it. And okay, how expensive is it at the beginning? Track building. 380k. It will not degrade as a new vehicle inside the customs house. Do I want to take a 380k loan? No, I do not. I'll wait. Maybe I need to get the road set up in one way or another to just be able to like get steel imported from the Western Customs House. Build 2 wooden bridges, or like 1 wooden bridge. I think we can just make our way over the terrain here anyway. Maybe. Would need a little bit of a bridge. But then the rest of the path we could make our way to the customs house with a dirt road and use a distribution office to import steel by Western currency. Because when a vehicle runs by distribution office, it does not need fuel on the way. If we set up a dedicated route here, we would run out of fuel, guaranteed, especially with a dirt road. I think we're gonna... how do I get over the mountain? I don't want to bring terraforming vehicles. That is a rough route for the trucks. Other option would be a harbor and import the resources by ship. Send them over to the western border by ship, which doesn't seem possible right now. We only have connections to the eastern border. I think Project 7 said that they would go around the outside of the map, but I think the game prevents that now, so I'm not sure if they will do that. Or at least when they exited, like, in one corner here, that they would go east to west directly. It's too risky. But we will have to find a way to use our US currency somehow. Pretty close to running out of money, which during winter would be very deadly, so I think I'm just going to refresh my loan right now. This is so terrible. If I set it to wait until loaded, then the buses can't enter. Oh man. What if I use a free storage as an intermediate? That would also be terrible, but... just to get the vehicle going back and forth more quickly. Just go into the storage, dump the resources and go back up. We don't really have that luxury. We can't dump gravel in this, right? Quarried stone, I mean, doesn't count as construction waste. Otherwise I would have like dumped it up there in a small storage and then have a distribution office pick it up and bring it down. Just to increase the efficiency of this bloody truck. I might have to demolish this and build like a large quarry just so I can have the vehicle wait until loaded. We're losing so much efficiency from this. And with the large one I could also have 2 trucks waiting until loaded. But the large gravel quarry is so expensive. Comparatively. Less than a ton of steel versus 11 tons of steel. Same efficiency for workers, we just spend a lot of extra money to have potential factory connections and 3 parking spaces. All I'm interested in is the 1 extra parking space to make this efficient. I mean, the other way would be to deliver like 6 workers per microbus and hope that the amount then is enough to make the vehicle wait until loaded at the very least. But even then, when the vehicle is moving, we're losing production. We could have a truck aggregate unloading station here to send it into a storage. A very short route for the vehicle. And then have a quarried stone storage that it gets delivered to by conveyor belt, and then from there it gets picked up. With the large truck, wait until loaded, wait until or like just wait until unloaded, I guess. Could have both loading commands because they would have 2 loading gates on each. That might be a way to make it work with our existing method. Have a very short route here into an unloading station. 5 tons, and then we need a gravel storage to send it to. And then every now and then the vehicle has to leave to refuel. Very far away from here. High value. No, other direction of sorting, please. MZ503, I guess. These ones are half as expensive though. I'm gonna go W50. Am I really going to set it up that way? I think so. We won't have to pay for full-on large gravel quarry, and this one is like sufficient for what we're trying to do with like prisoners. I mean, let's see if it works, I guess. It's only going to cost us extra money. What's the worst that could happen, right? Going bankrupt? Maybe. So stupid. I think this will work. It's silly, but this is going to be much more expensive than a large gravel quarry. But it is also going to reduce the amount of time the vehicle has to travel back and forth, where the gravel quarry couldn't produce. Let's try it. Gotta spend money to make money from gravel, I guess. Already got 12 tons of gravel. That's 200 rubles. I'm not going to build a loading station here. They will have to load by slowly by truck. That is fine. We only need to make this more efficient, not the loading into the gravel processing plant. There is like an internal storage here. So this shouldn't need electricity. We can load from it without, but it will have electricity anyway. It's fine. I mean, I could, if I really wanted to, I could also have a loading station with conveyor connected here and make it load this way. So we also optimize that time. No. This is a temporary setup. Everything's temporary. Let them build that up. It is kind of silly. But this is basically what I did like previously, where all the gravel quarries directly delivered into one loading station each, to make this as efficient as possible, to not have any downtime. But back then I used, well, we used excavators normally. Right now we're losing prison labor. 4 wasn't enough. Then there's a way for them to refuel here as well. We'll see if it works. If we can get a little bit more gravel made. changed pretty quickly from like saying, oh, this is for domestic production, and it made a lot of gravel. And once it started making a lot of gravel, I was like, we could be making that gravel for export. And then we got like 5 workers and it was like nothing. Oh, it actually waited until loaded with 4 workers. Hooray! Excellent. So the large dump truck will be used again for this route. Maybe this will be positive. We'll see. We'll just have to deal with the quirks of the system. The conveyor is going to be really expensive. 3 tons of mechanical components. Thankfully, it's only a one-time investment. We don't have any conveyor engines here. The other buildings are also quite expensive, but we can't skip them. As soon as the loading station is done, we could change the truck over even without the storage, but might as well keep running this way, I guess. So this gravel is going to be for export and domestic consumption. We're going to export if we have more than 50% by distribution office, and the rest is going to be for domestic construction tasks. Unloading gravel with the ability to load from the gravel processing plant if it has more than 50%. And I guess now they're going to export that gravel, which they shouldn't really. We will turn this off and not allow them to export. This gravel was imported, so we could technically export it because it didn't we imported it, so we can export it again, but I'll just leave it here. The construction officers will use it up first. So no gas station near the road or anything here. I really have to start setting up proper gas stations because I'm running out of free gas stations to place. Yeah, it should be able to make that trip back and forth without losing a lot of efficiency of the prisoners. I'm happy with that. I think this will work. The delivery of prisoners has priority over those junctions. Gotta keep that in mind. We're basically playing the game in a way where all profits can only be run by like a fifth, like 5% of our workforce. The amount of prisoners is so low compared to our normal workers. We have 800 workers and 40 prisoners. The amount of prisoners is quite good right now. But we did recently increase sentences again for minor crimes, so a lot of people will be locked up now that previously weren't. Not unhappy with it though. We can also export from the quarried storage in case it runs full and the gravel processing plant can't keep up. But ideally we want it to be like refined down into gravel. There's resources to transport for an increase in profits. Cutting it down by almost half. We'll see if the gravel price keeps crashing now, since we're producing our own. It's still going up. Hello Hank. Welcome. Jaywalking, lock him up for life. If we had the option to lock up people for like life, then this would be a different run, I think, because we would just keep increasing our workforce. Alright, there we go. Unloading station is ready. So, you will only go here, and you can now wait until unloaded. Because there's always one parking space available for maintenance vehicles to enter. And hopefully the storage is finished construction soon, so we don't run into issues. Steel is out. A30 prison transport. I don't think I remember that one. 13 prisoners. Very little engine power, so very fuel efficient. Alright, dump truck. Should I use the large one or just a smaller one? I don't know. We'll have to see how efficient this is. Quarried stone, let's go. We're losing a little bit of efficiency, but much better than driving it down all the way. And as soon as we get 4 workers, it would wait until loaded anyway. But yeah, this is like excavators levels of like efficiency now, I guess. So we're still very slow. But we're getting a lot more throughput. And I guess we'll use the large truck again. Go here, quarried stone. You can wait until fully loaded and then wait until fully unloaded, because there's 2 parking spaces on each side, so it won't block other vehicles. And I only want to run full loads because otherwise we're spending a lot of extra fuel. This thing is not fuel efficient at all. Ideally, I want at least 4 workers here, because then the truck would always wait until it's fully loaded. 3 workers is the most inefficient we can have, because then we have extra workforce that we can't use. The truck would load until 0.6 tons and leave, while the 3 extra workers fill up the internal storage quite quickly. And then I guess we'll have like a corner here for the truck when it comes back to after refueling. That's fine too. Well, the slow loading speed is not really a problem. At least not yet. That was a lot of extra construction. Steel will now be imported from the customs house for maintenance and additional construction, so we will be spending more money again. And we were still losing money. Rather than tourists, we get prisoners? Yes. That's what's happening. I might buy another prison bus and set it onto the quarry directly. More chance of prisoners going to the quarry means more chance of the quarry running. It's kind of like setting up our line spacing for that. Or do I go for 3? Let's go for 2 extra. Dust challenge. Yes, it's one of those challenges again. Gravel quarry. This one. With the fewer stops. Let's go. No line spacing needed, just bringing as many people as possible. There might be traffic jams happening at the prison, which is good, because then we will always load our prisoners as fast as possible to not lose any time with them. So now we have 3 prison buses, meaning we will get at least, like, on average 3 prisoners here. The clothing factory might get a few less than that because of that, but I still think this is for the best. 1 more prisoner please, then the truck would wait until loaded. Nice. Very nice. Ooh, this is looking good. Because the prison buses can't enter until the truck is gone, and the truck will wait until loaded. We might have set up a system where we can maybe upgrade to a larger vehicle now. Because the prison buses will just wait in front of it when the... Well, I can't set it to wait until loaded, but we can have a larger vehicle to lose less time again when the prisoners are here. Hmm. Six prisoners. That is extra capacity. Yeah, I think a larger vehicle would be better now. Do I want to buy another one? Ten tons is pretty good. Maybe this one. Let's go for this one. Only goes 65, it's perfect. So whenever there's a situation that we have more than 4 workers inside the quarry, the vehicle will stand in there and load, meaning that during that time the prison buses can't enter, and either when the vehicle is fully loaded or the amount of prisoners in the building drops below 4, the vehicle will leave and let the prison buses in, meaning we have hopefully more than 4 prisoners again to repeat that cycle. Which is a very weird system, I think. And this might even benefit from a large dump truck like this one. But we'll see. Right now we need to once have the situation where we have a lot of prisoners arrive. So we can start the cycle. During winter it would probably not work. Large truck would use more fuel though, yes, yes. It does. But the idea is to load it, to have the chance of loading it with more resources every now and then. What engine do you have? I didn't take a look. 132 versus 92, so 40 kilowatts more. I think this is still okay, because the carry capacity is more than 3 times as much. If it works every now and then, I think this is going to be to our benefit. Come on, we need 4 workers here for this to work. That looks good. As soon as that one finishes working, it's gonna move. Yeah. 6 tons. I mean, I hope with the increase in prisoners in general, we sometimes get 2 or 3 prisoners up here to make this a viable cycle for ourselves. Okay, first truckload is ready to send to the gravel quarry itself. The gravel processing plant. It's gonna wait until unloaded here, which is fine. Maybe I just need to keep increasing the prison sentences again. Prison sentences, but keeping the rest of the population happy with like gallery of the art, with other buildings. 9 years for minor crimes is pretty large already. No crime issues yet. Oh, a full load. Very nice. 5 workers. How long? Down to 4 for an hour. Two workers. Oh, prisoners. Such a weird setup with the limited workforce we have. I like it so much. It's so weird. And once we get to 172, 173 tons of gravel, we would start exporting. 3 prisoners. Holy moly. Oh, one's gonna leave, and the other one will leave soon too. Yeah, during winter I don't think this will work, because the clothing factory will eat up most of the prisoners. And the route of transporting prisoners to the area will be much less efficient. Maybe I do need the better snowplows. Another 3 prisoners. Another prison bus would be good. Oh, we got 3 hours of full production. Nice. Build very slowly. What do you mean build very slowly? Build gravel or just build in general? Right now I have to reset my loan again. Goodbye, Hank. Enjoy your vacation. Four prisoners. Don't use all the gravel. I mean, they only will be able to use that gravel. They won't import any gravel. They're not too set to import anymore. I don't think. Import this year, no gravel. Four prisoners in one prison bus. Holy moly. That is perfect. But yeah, now I wish I had like the really large truck, but I think it would be too much. Waste truck. External waste storage to make it a little bit more efficient, to not have the waste truck take up space in the queue. We could then also recycle the construction waste out, not that I intend on doing that just yet. There's no reason for us to do it. Just a large container storage to get the waste truck out of our way. We weren't supposed to flatten that. Look at that quarried stone piling up. So nice. If that keeps happening, like if it keeps going up, we might also be able to just increase the amount of prison laborers in the gravel processing plant up to 2. double our gravel production. Oh man. Maybe I do need 2 trucks here. Ah, it's not working well. If we had a consistent amount of like 4 workers, then probably like 2 trucks. It kind of makes me want to like go back to the large quarry. Then I could have, then I could have 2 trucks waiting until loaded and cycling to the unloading station at all times. Not right now. Oh yeah, there's no unemployed prisoners. I mean, it says 7 prisoners are not working, but it's counting those that are inside prison buses, basically. As soon as they are inside a prison and ready to be picked up, or during the transportation to the work site, they count as not working during that time. Basically, the game telling us, why don't you set up a prison right next to it? Then we don't get that number. 45 prisoners, a new record for us. Very nice to see. The first third of the required workers for the clothing factory to get up to like, let's say 50. We're getting there. And I think the orphanage is helping. But yeah, we're not going to try and increase criminality in the orphanage. It was very easy to do, but it was too effective. Seems quiet. Too quiet. Do not wait until unloaded. I will give you the W50 as well. Construction waste will also be sold to the border. I'm not going to set up a recycling plant just yet. Although it would give us extra gravel, I guess, so at some point it might be worth it to do. Because this is basically its own gravel production, if it works that way. Construction waste and the rest we just throw away, but construction waste more than 20%. I think it's like close to 50% of the waste. Would be nice to recover that. small truck is definitely faster. Okay. We are building up our storage of quarried stone, meaning that the processing plant is not keeping up right now. And I think we've started exporting. Finally. So let's set this to 2 workers. Up to 2 workers. And see if it can keep up with the gravel, the quarried stone now. Have we exported any gravel? Yes, 35 tons. Yeah, maybe 2 W50s would be best for this. Since we're not expecting to get that many prisoners to work here. Because this vehicle takes a lot of time to move out of the building. I think the W50 accelerates a bit faster and is therefore more desirable for that task. I haven't figured out a way yet to make sure a prison bus waits until fully loaded with prisoners. I wonder if there's a way to make that happen. Can prison buses unload at a prison? Unload. No, just loads more workers. There's no transfer, no collection point, we can't set them to a bus stop. Yeah, I think this has to be switched to a large building. I don't know if the large gravel quarry is traffic optimized. Because right now it's very slow to move vehicle in and out of this. If we had a large building, we could have 2 trucks waiting until loaded and use the 3rd loading gate for sending in service vehicles and prison buses. And by that point, we would not need... We wouldn't need this... We wouldn't need the trucks anymore. The gravel would just go into the storage itself anyway. I think we'll have to upgrade this to a large storage and make the trucks obsolete, I think. Then we would not lose any of the prison labor. We would have to remove the storage here. We can get rid of the gas station. Get rid of the loading station again. Get rid of these facilities, demolish that, and just set up a large building. We don't need any trucks anymore. It replaces all of this except the waste storage, which we would have to rebuild, so we'll let the gas station run empty and then move it, I guess. Or help empty it out by telling the distribution office that it can pick up fuel from here to speed it up a little bit. Okay, it was worth the test, but yeah, I think we save money and we get a lot more efficient that way. Just thought I could save money, but in the end we didn't really save anything. Yeah, we would get every bit of quarried stone out, and then we could balance it against the gravel processing plant. Maybe set the 60km/h truck for direct export, or just put it into the distribution office, I guess. I think that might make more sense. The excavator can make its way to the demolition office again. Prison bus route will go into the vehicle depot as we do the reconstruction of the area with the new idea. I will tell our distribution office to load resources, so they go here and pick up the fuel and remove it. Send it to the customs house. That should be good enough. Okay. Prison buses, one more trip, make your way to that storage for now. And then we'll demolish it. We have to demolish the road, demolish this road after. Conveyor will be demolished from this building. That is fine. Okay, I think we are ready after this. You have to go to a different depot. You have to go to the distribution office actually, because you can help with the export that we are going to do. Alright, demolish this and this. And that. And we'll do the last bit of road after. And then we can place the new building with the conveyor connection to the storage directly, and then we have just our transportation route to the processing plant, which is fine. I don't want to have a large processing plant, I don't think. Of course, this could also have been the processing plant, I guess. But yeah, the small quarry is only useful if you use an excavator. I wouldn't use it with like workers or prisoners. Maybe with workers, and if you can bring buses with 40 workers, it would probably be fine. But even then, having the conveyor connection is really useful. Need to have more than 4 workers to make sure that trucks are always waiting until loaded, even without the checkbox. Otherwise it's just too inefficient. Oh, there was still fuel in here too. Oops. Oh well. What a shame. We had 45 last time. I checked 44. Getting a little bit better. Since we're not bringing any prisoners to the quarry anymore, that means more prisoners inside the clothing factory for now. So workforce is not lost. Kinda want to buy another garbage truck, but that is just me being impatient. We still have our prisoner route here. Only goes to the gravel processing right now, meaning that some prisoners might get dropped off somewhere where they can't work. So for the time being, if there are any excess prisoners after going to the processing facility, you can drop them off inside the clothing factory. And then we might need 2 buses to bring prisoners to the gravel quarry, the processing plant I mean, just so we don't have this storage run full. Yeah. Could use full-on conveyor system for all of that. If we just set up the larger buildings. But since fuel is cheap, maybe this is better. I don't know. I'm impatient. I want to... Oh, well, we're losing money if the quarry isn't running. I tell myself, so we're not actually losing money because the clothing factory is running instead, but I want the demolition to be done up here a little bit faster, so I double the speed by adding another waste truck. Jesus Christ. It's 40 children in care. There's going to be a lot of people growing up in the nearby future. "40 tutors." I did build extra housing for it. Reduce the firefighters down to 10. Send all the extra workers into the orphanage. Harvesting resources, bricks is fine. Thank you. This one only has gravel. This one hasn't been assigned correctly now, so we need to assign you. Still have to do that for prefab panels and boards, but they're not going to be used up that quickly anyway. And then all the temporary resource storages will be gone, plus this area here. I'll let this gas station run empty as well. Probably after that is done, we will set up another gas station nearby. Well, that was an experiment. And now we are going back to the initial idea of the large quarry, which, yeah, after that attempt, I would say that it's probably the best for prisoners because of the factory connection and the 3 parking spaces. We only really need 1 parking space to send workers in. But it didn't work with the small one. We needed a drop-off point and a conveyor anyway, so at that point we can as well use the large one. I mean, we have consistently over 10 workers, 10 or more workers inside our clothing factory. I say as we drop below 10 for a brief moment, a few brief moments. The prisoners, we need more workers to be consistently inside that building. I guess the closest building should always send its workers here first, and then go to other buildings after if it can't find another place to send them to. That way we should hopefully have enough workers inside the prison at all times. And fewer escapes. Wood price went up, we're now at 5,000 rubles. A little bit. Nice. Next research done. Continue on. Pollution filter prototype. Okay, very little research right now. We don't have enough highly educated workers. We're down to 23%. A little bit worrying. Okay, that demolition is done. Let's get rid of that much. Let's get rid of that road. We'll put the large quarry here with a conveyor. Should be fine. way. There's a lot of students waiting for professors. We're still getting some of them through. I will pause the research completely now. We need more highly educated people here, so this house, which does have 23 professors, also needs to send its workers to the technical university first. Then the prison, so let's do it like 4, 1, and then other buildings. Make sure the technical university is fully staffed, then make sure the prison is fully staffed, and then do whatever you want. $2,000 from gravel. I mean, yeah, maybe. We only exported it for a few months, so like a month, I guess. 2 months probably. So I guess to make prison labor efficient enough, we have to make sure that as soon as the prisoners get into the facility, they can start working and don't get interrupted by like shortages on the transportation network and so on. For a clothing factory that is possible. It does have a lot of storage for the clothes. When a truck leaves with exporting clothing, it frees up all the clothing storage, and when it goes to the border to pick up more fabric, it also has enough internal storage to not run out of fabric during that time. So the clothing factory feels like kinda ideal for that task by default. For gravel, it's a little bit more complicated. High quality source, 99% seems good. And then we will set up the waste storage again at some point. We don't need it right now because we will have 3 loading gates inside the building. If we want to recycle at some point, if we want to make sure we also get the construction waste out, then we have to think about that, but right now it's not really necessary. Very expensive conveyor again. Not so expensive quarry after realizing what else I had to set up to make that work. But yeah, this should be efficient enough to make this work nicely. It will have electricity. So yeah, and after that the prison buses can run again. And they only need to drop off inside this building. There will always be enough room here, even if they have like 3 full prison buses at 6, that would be 18. And if they arrive at, again with the existing prisoners still working, that would still be at 36 prisoners. At that point we would be producing too much gravel here that our other logistics network in the back can't handle. I'm tempted to set up a monument next to the clothing factory because I wonder if we can boost the loyalty of the prisoners with a monument next to it. Like set up a large Lenin. More monuments is always good. Yeah. Also increases maintenance cost over time. Not too bad for monuments, I guess, but still something to consider. Especially with our non-existent profit margin. But like, if you have something like a W50 dump truck, you can make it behave like as if it's a forklift for aggregates, I guess. It has very decent acceleration, it doesn't carry too much stuff. It basically works like a forklift if you put it on a dedicated road network that's just for itself. Maybe it's useful for something. It was working for the quarry. If we had 2 or 3 of them, they would be efficient. But the conveyor is just too good to pass up on, especially with the challenge with the prisoners. What a mess of a setup. Oh man, that looks so rural and like just thrown down just to make it work, which is exactly what we did. I don't hate it. I like it. This rail network going over multiple roads back and forth, it's... oh man. Come on, logging camps, get some wood again, please. Maybe we do have to research the automatic tree replanting so I don't forget about it. And there's winter. A month and 2 days early compared to the temperate climate. Hello Jake, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Much appreciated. % unemployment due to small children. Over here. I guess. Let's make really sure we send everyone to the technical university and not have university educated people by accident go into the prison. By increasing that percentage to 90%. We need more graduates. We need more people finishing in university education if possible.
Bricks. Yes, they are assigned. Good. Boards and prefab panels we still have a lot of. All resources present, just some workers, and we got our new facility. More than 8 workers. We need at least 20 or so, 30 probably. But it's a start. And well, I guess we do have 2 road cranes. Nah, we need more. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. Price of gravel went up to 12.5. Yeah, I mean we're like more than double the starting price now, so I think this is a good idea to have it set up at the very least. I don't know if we have to run like our own crop production at some point. Food production probably, but not yet. Does the game have greenhouses for mass crop production? No. It just has very large very large fields. Which are probably not ideal to place in Siberia. Greenhouses I guess you can download from the workshop as a mod, but the default game does not have them. No problem. Prison buses, get ready. And go. I know we're not ready yet, but go. I can change the route while you're moving. There we go. Hopefully this will work better. 3 loading stations, 3 stations for excavators if we wanted to use them. Do I run any mods? I do not have any mods right now, no. I tried mods a few times. I had a small hospital before the small hospital existed. I had a small university before a small university existed, but the only other thing I tried mods on was an early start once that I streamed. But I enjoyed it, but I ran into issues with the items pretty quickly. Not finding large garbage horse-drawn carriages, which was pretty close to the update, I guess. Prison bus route here that brings workers. Does not bring them back to the clothing factory, but instead this quarry as well, if it has more than 2 workers. Are there any mods you're somewhat interested in? Early start, 1900 start, but not individual mods. I would prefer a standalone combined mod of everything. Other than that, I don't really have any mods that I mean, I was thinking of looking for like buildings that produce stuff like steel mills. Maybe there's a mod that they also produce heating, but I don't think that exists yet. Basically using the off-heat of an industry for heating for other buildings. So you could have a prison next to a steel mill and don't need a heating plant for it. Ah, look at that. It's working. It's so efficient. $8.35 tons. So we're getting almost 100% quality divided by, well, like multiplied by 60%. It's 10.5. 3 prisoners. Oh, it's 4 prisoners working. So 14 tons. So 1.4 tons times 6, so 60 plus 24, so 8.4 tons. And we get 8.35 because we're missing a percentage point. It also was obvious that this building has traffic optimization. So if multiple vehicles enter at the same time, they can go through these the same way that you can have multiple buses go through a bus station. They don't have to wait for each other to leave the building first. They just go through there as fast as possible and don't wait for each other into and out of the loading gates. Okay, gravel production is back. Let's see if it's any use to export these. Down to 22% highly educated workers. It's not looking great. We don't have a lot of professors in here. Give me... How many highly educated people do we have in this settlement? A reasonable amount more, I think. We need 15 for the doctor's office. And currently 15 for the police station. That's 15 here. Yeah, it's slightly more than 15. Do you aim for a high percentage of... Do you aim for a percentage of higher education in a standard game? I think I got 40% and that is enough because no industry requires them. I'm aiming for 30 to 40%, yes. And there are industries that require them. Nuclear fuel fabrication, vehicle production, for example, requires them. You have your vehicle production, railway production requiring some of them. Airplane production requires 300. And your nuclear fuel production chain requires a decent amount of them as well. Other than that, I think that's it. I think all the other industries just require regular workers, and highly educated workers are more for the service industries. Why are you traveling but not doing anything? What? Oh, your school time there, okay. Right, I misread. Maybe I should just go through as many people as possible now. that's so many students. No, this would be more than the students in the auditorium if I remove the checkbox. It's such a low amount. It doubles the capacity. Oh well. We'll have to hold. We might have to get some migrants with higher education to stabilize things. But yeah, I think like the higher educated citizens are the children from this area. Because they can basically go to the bus platform to study in our in Mikhailiopol, and then they study for longer because they have a longer travel distance. I kind of want to make it so that these children can't get to the bus stop yet again. But I don't have a way to do that. No, I can. What am I talking about? Just no students waiting here. I don't transport... No, wait, that is everyone. I can't tell... Can I tell students to go into a bus stop somewhere from here? No. Otherwise I would have told them go to this bus stop in the middle of the woods and wait for a bus there. But I can't tell the children here to go to a specific point. I could also just say no one from here gets university education, and then the people in Mikhailiopol will eventually move over to here with an education. I'll try it. Well, I'll disable all students for now. If we start seeing like a drop in highly educated workers in this area, we'll have to change it. But I think the students living closer to the university is better than having them be brought here by bus. I guess the other alternative might be like a student hall. Okay, I think we can probably, when that takes effect, run it normal for all students again. There's one more bus with students that just arrived. They have such a long school time. We'll see. How's the quarry doing? Okay, now it's making me feel bad to the point where I should set up a loading station for the truck. But then again, we're still loading faster than the production is making new quarried stone appear here. I don't want to build a loading station. I think I'll just set up the distribution office for export should it like overfill. Maybe another bus, another prison bus for workers for the processing plant, so this vehicle just runs more frequently. I think that would be the solution in this case. We can run the processing plant faster, so the truck is emptier faster, and would pick up more resources earlier. Amount of prisoners went back down to 38, so the prosecution of minor crimes is taking effect and people are not committing them anymore as much as possible. Still waiting for the children from the orphanage to grow up into society. We have 51 now in care. What did we import last month? Steel. Of course, probably from the conveyor belt. most likely. I have to tweak some number. I have to get more criminals, I think. We currently have 800 workers and less than 40 prisoners, which means our prison numbers are less than 5%. And those are kind of rookie numbers. They do get a decent amount of criminality, and it's not too high. It's like 10%, some of them are at 60. But we don't have criminal masterminds at 100%. I think the number of criminality is okay. It's just the amount of crime is not great. But I think we just should lock them up like for a very long time when they get released and from the orphanage, cause crime. Back to maximum sentences, please. Okay, maybe we can get through some students now to give them a higher education. Down to 21%. But without the buses bringing additional students here, we only have to focus on the children living in this area. And that seems to be manageable. And as I said, I could set up a student hall. We're at minus 40 degrees-ish right now. Heat water tanks are still holding. This one is struggling a little bit. Struggling being like getting close to 80. The interior temperature has dropped below 20 when it gets really cold. Try to build a house for students. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Replace the space for the orphanage with one of these. Only requires 5 cubic meters of heating. So I think this is okay. Well, I don't want to get too many highly educated workers. Having this building without a secret police causes its own problems. So it is a fine level to walk. But for right now I'm a little bit too worried, so I will set it up. And we still can manually regulate the amount of students by using the checkbox or just moving people out of the student hall and directly into residential buildings if that becomes an issue. Or just decrease the amount of workers in here. Why don't you want too many of them? Because if you have too many, first of all, the consumption of electronics will go up. I do have the feeling that highly educated workers are like the first ones to leave when happiness drops. So if something goes wrong, they are like the first ones to run away, which then causes problems with police force and healthcare and so on. And that just means that if you give all of them like a higher education, you don't have any problems anymore with like lacking highly educated workers, but your people also become much happier, much unhappier, much faster, I mean. And yes, they will want to prioritize highly educated workforce positions. If you have like every building staffed with only 50% workers and you give them all a higher education, they will try to run a police force at 100% before they even consider going to a shopping center to work as a seller. That too, yeah. I don't want to run out of money or miss when I run out of money, so I'll take on another loan, I guess. What? Snowplow, how could you do this? Stupid snowplow. Wait, you too? Are you kidding me? That wasn't a snowplow. They just couldn't drive past it, it looked like. If that happens again, I will have to drop a save and report it. Oh, one more prison bus for the quarry, I think, just to make it more consistent. Upgraded prison bus for Poland. It's a nicer prison bus. It's more expensive. Has a better engine for better acceleration, we don't really care too much. See this sometimes in the shopping center with the long trunks, I thought it was a feature. I don't think so now. I mean, if you have it to set wait until unloaded. I think it's basically the nodes being placed on the unloading point where they think the route is blocked, but it's just because the vehicle's very wide. Maybe no one has used this facility with the large dump trucks long enough for that to be an issue. I don't know. Might happen again. Very likely so. I have to keep an eye out on that. I don't know when or if the tick of loyalty, when it would happen. Usually I think those ticks happen after the end of free time. That's when I see like modifications to their health, their happiness and so on. I don't know. I don't think a monument on the outside would give them any loyalty. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't affect their loyalty, let's put it that way. But who knows, maybe like... I mean, we had the situation where I tried to build a lot of monuments around one prison. That was actually in Mega City 1 first attempt. I had a prison with a lot of monuments around it. Did not increase the loyalty inside the prison for the prisoners at all. Well, at least the workers will be affected. There's a lot of wardens here. Oh man. But this is going to produce at a level where I should need to set up a rail connection for the gravel. I'm not going to do that. That one would be its own setup at some point. This is for export. So theoretically it would be best to export with rail. But I already said that I would set up a new gravel processing area, production area with prison labor in mind, and then hook that up to the traffic over the rail line. I wonder if I should set up like a road bypass here. They might like that. Hello, Lee Hawkins photo. Welcome. It's going well, thank you. How are you? Maybe the export route, maybe it will prioritize this one instead of going all the way around here. Especially when no snowplows are involved. You're dandy? Nice. Looks like they're not prioritizing that route. If I set it up as gravel... Wait, the traffic sign might be in the way. No, it would work. They could run this way and bypass this traffic sign. Maybe during summer when it's not snowed in. We will build some ridiculous infrastructure to avoid trains interrupting traffic through the border. Wait, you're not building like a train track going over the road once, going over it twice, going over it 3 times? You're not building like 4 times with the construction office. You're not building like that? Why not? It's so much fun. Technically our main vehicles only have to go over the train track once, and then they don't have to anymore. In the future, when this one is set up, there will be 2 more crossings, one on this side and one over here to get to the sawmill, but that is barely visible during winter, so I'm not going to belabor the point. Truck aggregate loading station here. Speed up our exports. Yeah, well, we are on purpose planning out as like, just get it done right now, we'll fix it later. Just to make it look more rugged and rural and stuff like that. So this is a mess. And I like it. Looks a lot less square and clinical and stuff like that. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you would have the same issue, I think, on the Siberia map because of how little place there is to build things unless you want to spend ages on terraforming stuff. It's all very, very hilly and rough. Mountains are everywhere indeed. And where they are not, there's oil or something. Looks like a real resource town. Nice. You like to avoid insano terraforming? Yeah, I only did that for the Mega City 1 project, basically. Previously I did remove one hill on a random map one point because I wanted to have it gone. But I also tried to build with the terrain wherever possible. I guess I'll make this gravel as well. I'll put like a speed limit here that everything in this, or like the speed on this road is very slow, so they will hopefully ignore that route if possible. Yeah. Well, we haven't found anyone with cash yet. They tell us things can't be done with prison labor only, and right now they are right. I'm still not able to get like a consistent amount of prisoners sent to the prison to run the clothing factory. And every time I increase our population, it just... I don't know what to do with them. Except running more orphanages, I guess, to try and get more prisoners. Has the prisoner working gravel thing worked out? We upgraded to the large quarry now. So we don't have to deal with vehicles at all anymore in the quarry itself. It is definitely producing enough quarried stone. Oh, that is happening again. Okay, I will report that. And let me write it down. Because the vehicle should be able to turn right here and go past this truck, which is slightly wider than the parking space, but that shouldn't happen. You're jealous of a quarry? Oh, okay. A quarry shouldn't be that difficult to set up, especially with the conveyor belt quarry. Even we could do it. Okay, yeah, this is not great. Trying to set it up with all the infrastructure everywhere. Yeah. I mean, look at how this has been set up. If this was the large gravel processing plant, we could just attach it directly to the quarry, I guess. But I would probably have a storage in between it anyway, because the storage of the quarries... The quarry, there's no real storage in here, and the gravel processing plant also has no real storage. It's only really 3 buildings. Maybe 4 if you count the loading station at the end. And maybe you want to set up the asphalt and concrete plant right on the on the processing plant as well. Yeah, that is true. If every resource matters, it can be very difficult. We're building a janky road around a temporary gas station. I mean, look at it. It's hideous. I love it. Oh, the trucks, wait. Right. The trucks can't enter this way, they could only enter this way. Makes sense. Can't assign it to construction offices because no way to enter this area right now because of the traffic signs. They have to finish the road first and then they can build the other ones. So I guess I can set this one to be upgraded already. We're almost out of gravel. At that point we would use the gravel processing plant to run our construction work. Oh, do I set up a loading station for it? I kind of have to. That's basically the old way I set up gravel quarries. Back before the conveyor connection existed. I don't know if I can fit that here anyway. Maybe if I flatten this terrain. Probably gonna accidentally cover our train tracks with dirt if I do that. I don't want to build a conveyor engine either. Do I redo the storage now just to have... Oh man. No, I did say I wouldn't do that. No. No. Really dig the music? Yeah. It's from Carl Casey at Whitebed Audio. I use them all the time. As long as you give him credit. Looks like my stream elements is currently idling around. I guess I can copy paste the message. Let's do that. This music is copyright free if you give him credit. This particular playlist is this one. Upgrading too many roads at once and then the buses go way around the entire... Yeah. I like leaving a little bit of room so I can run a dirt road around it to not run into that problem if possible. But it doesn't always work out, of course. Alright, load gravel from here temporarily. Otherwise we're not going to be able to get enough gravel. I guess there's still 23 tons. And the other construction office can use it up, I guess. A lot of quarried stone. The loading speed is turning into an issue now. Unfortunately. But I will use the distribution office to export quarried stone instead, I think. well, I think I'm going to take a break for now. I'm going to get something to eat. I'm not sure if the investment and experimentation with the gravel quarry were worth it, but we'll see. If we make the export a little bit more efficient, it might work out for us. I might have to upgrade to better snow plows. But yeah, we'll see next time. We're going to raid over to Rubber Duck. Thank you very much for watching. If you want to stick around for more workers and resources, please do. The stream is going to be in German though, if you don't mind. Stick around, if not, that is fine too. I wish you a good rest to your Saturday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Take care everyone, all the best, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.